Sega. Actually, I think I will try something and see if it reduces lag on the stream. If this does not help, then we will lose the recording. By the way, fun fact, the Mughals were at one point in development supposed to be a playable faction. Hello. Axel, how are you? Okay, I need to think. That's more resistance than I anticipated, but this would still be doable. The Mughal Empire actually was hugely important at this time. It was very wealthy, and this was like this was the point in time where sort of Britain started to gather influence in India. In part exactly because India is hugely wealthy. The Mughal Empire didn't expand much outside of India, if you mean that. They did expand a little bit into like Burma, and the sort of dynasty which founded the Mughal Empire actually came out of Afghanistan, so there wasn't that much of an incentive to expand over here. I am playing as Crimea. Also one of the factions in this game which were sort of implemented to be non-playable, but I'm playing modded, as the title of the stream says anyhow. I mean, the title of the meaning of the game. I don't know if the meaning, or like if you can even like make any big assumptions about the meaning of the game outside of it's a grand strategy sort of game. It's a total war game, really. In game, Crimea does start out as a Ottoman protectorate. In real life, and I've said this before on a different stream, the relationship that Crimea or the Crimean Khanate had with the Ottoman Empire, some scholars compare it to a similar relationship as, for example, Poland and Lithuania had, or the relationship between Austria and Hungary. Of course, Crimea had its own head of state, but it was, I don't know, it was less so than like a direct subordinate of the Ottoman Sultan, but more like there were like different bilateral relations. So for example, the Ottoman Sultan would recognize the Crimean Khanate as the successor to the Mongol Empire and Crimean lordship over the steppes. The Germanic nations, yeah, they are cool as well. Out of Britain, Prussia and Sweden, I think my favorite would be Prussia. The relationship between the Ottomans and the Crimeans, yes, was good. It was less so, at least some scholars would definitely argue it was less a domineering attitude and more one of, I don't know, of co-rule, sort of. How many regions I have? If you start a session as Crimea, you will start out with only the province of Crimea, which is a minor province. It only has like one building slot and is very poor. It's basically like one of the hardest starting conditions in the game. Also, like, because in the game you are a protectorate and you are sandwiched between the Ottomans and starting out at war with Russia. Right now we also have, yeah, it's not even technically Ukraine, but it's like Kiev province. Which, by the way, and I also said this in a previous stream, like, if this game had dynamic place names, then Kiev would, or you could rename Kiev for Tatar, like in the Tatar language. You could technically like call it Menkermen, which was definitely in use when the Tatars were more powerful. But yeah, we also have Moscow, we have St. Petersburg, we have Minsk, Vilnius, Warsaw, Königsberg. I only even invaded Poland because they declared war on me first. I actually didn't want to invade them this early on in the game, but they wanted to invade me and failed. I need to think. I have 9 units, they have 7, and one of them is artillery, which is immobile. If they launch an attack on me while I siege them, I will win. I have entered an alliance with Sweden, right? Did they break the alliance? Military alliance. Yeah, I do need to keep them allied. Not because I couldn't beat them, but because I do still need to sweep up Russia before I can do anything over here. Yeah, Russia was at a war with Sweden, and Poland was actually at a war with Prussia. That's also why I have Königsberg. This is gambling it a little bit, but I will move them here so I can maybe go here. Yes, Crimea starts out Muslim, which is historical. I actually don't remember if this game goes further into detail, but Crimea would be Sunni. Yeah, it does not go further into detail than Islam, which is weird because this game does have like Protestantism and Catholicism. Having Sunni and Shia could have added another layer of like strategy, especially like between the Ottomans and Persia, which is Iran basically. Yeah, Orthodox is also a thing, yeah. Yeah, it is cool. It doesn't do as much in this game, and you can theoretically complete a session without ever touching religion in this game. It's only a minor like diplomatic malice, and I think it can give up to like 7 or 8 unrest, but you can basically like counteract that amount of unrest super easy. I think you'll get the most amount of unrest in this game if you are Catholic and conquer Egypt or something like that, or the Levant. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly, but it's something like that. What year in the campaign is this? I'm right now in 1710, but in Darthmod Empire I switched options to 4 turns per year. So the campaign is like longer. You can do more lo-fi to chill and conquer too. If you're only used to vanilla, then I can tell you you've been missing out, because like Darthmod is a complete overhaul. Like better sound, better graphics and all of that was pretty good back in the days. It could be, yeah. I at least know that you can customize your artillery unit size from like between 1 to 1 to 1 to 4 or whatever. There's a lot of uneven terrain here, that's not good for cavalry. I am out of range for this loser. Yeah, they're far away. I like how big the maps are sometimes because it sort of gets across the point that things like, say, artillery shoot very far away, really. In many games, due to balancing reason, they make artillery much shorter in range. But that's kind of a lie, really. No, I actually can avoid pushing because they are launching an assault against me. And if I were to attack, then I would just run into range for their artillery and get, like, casualties I can avoid. The more casualties you avoid, the more troops you will have left for the next battle. Though because Empire is Empire, we will have to assault this battery at some point because there's like no way to end a battle if there's still units on the map left. You can actually troll people like this. Yeah, the map changes, also like the music for instance. The music is also pretty neat, like depending on location. I think my favorite music in this game are like battle tracks from India and the Middle East. There's some pretty good ones like Battle of Muwaj, etc. Or I think Siege of Panipat also. I don't know what technologies I have. It's actually really hard as Crimea to get tech research, because you don't even start out with like a university or anything. Also, yeah, it's also my favorite. Wait, you had no idea of Crimea's existence. Where in the world are you from? Like, that's a big oversight, because Crimea is like one of the... I think the battery actually just left. I don't know. But like, yeah, Crimea is one of the crossroads of the world, much like Palestine would be, for instance. Though I do agree that Crimea is less of a focal point in like pop culture. Oh yeah. Actually, there is a very big argument that oh, you're from Norway. Okay, that's cool. From Norway. But yeah, long story short, what I wanted to say is that Ukraine for Crimea is also like a foreign power, basically. Like, it's something that I think that goes missing a whole lot in discussions, is that like this area, if you wanted to like make a whole case about like the history of the entire region, etc., taking Norway back. I think Norway in this game actually starts out under Denmark, but it is a victory condition province for Sweden to like own for like a victory condition for like completing the campaign. I will really hate the one unit spam that happens in this game. I actually have people I care about in Sweden, and I also know people from Norway actually. And I know people from Sweden who, or like at least one person from Sweden who actually plans on moving to Norway. I myself come from a country which was planned to be an empire, but which was cut during development. Yeah, as of right, as of, as of right now, as of right now in this game, the only coastline Russia has left is in Karelia and in Arkhangelsk, and there's actually a port over here which can become like big enough to produce ships later in game, but not at this point. Yes, that's the Cut Nation. There's actually still assets from the planned Switzerland faction in this game in other countries. As in, like, many of these factions here have Swiss regiments you can recruit, which is actually historical. One of the major exports of Switzerland for a long time was actually people. So, for example, at times, up to around 10% of the army of the Spanish Empire was Swiss regiments. Yeah, there's a little bit of a pop culture thing as like Swiss soldiers being good, but I think also like two big factors which, or like three big factors which also encouraged other empires to recruit Swiss soldiers was that they were cheap, they were foreign, so there wouldn't be any issues with fighting any local rebellions inside of your empire. There weren't any conflicts of interest in that sense. Also, like, yeah, there was a bit of a perception that they were good fighters. They were also loyal. So, like, for example, during the French Revolution, the soldiers that held the Bastille, which is sort of like a major moment when the Bastille fell, which was used as a prison at the time. The garrison of the Bastille was Swiss soldiers. Yeah, the Swiss guards. There is definitely an interesting history in like Germanic nations. Latin, yeah, sure. Actually, I think everywhere on the world there's like interesting history. I've said it before, also in previous streams, that like people are often uninterested in parts of the world merely because they don't already know what there is. But like, yeah, everywhere in the world has interesting bits of history, really. Here's one interesting bit of history, by the way, just a little bit of a trivia, just because I saw it. This settlement, Samara, which it would take 33 turns to grow out, was one of the major German colonies along the Volga River, by the way. In the around mid, early 18th century thereabouts, The Russian Empire began inviting Germans and people from various German countries, also like Switzerland, etc., invited people to settle the Russian Empire because there was a lot of land which was basically like unsettled or which was depopulated, essentially. This includes Crimea, the Black Sea coast, many places in the steppes which were previously like part of various Tatar and other Khanates. I'm actually not so sure anymore if this army can take on this. They don't have artillery support, which is crucial. How do you mean the German states as well? Like for what as well? Oh yeah, by the way, I think Hessen is actually not even in this game, but they do have Westphalia for some reason. Germans that got invited, yes. Includes all of it. Like basically just people like from all over stuff. There are like very broad historical connections really between like Russia and Germany. Actually Germany and many places in the world really. Napoleon Total War. Actually, Napoleon Total War is also just a simplification of Germany. I can tell you that much for sure. Germany was a lot more complex. This is a Flickenteppich. It is a Teppich that has flickens. Catherine the Great was German, yes. Actually, I'm not sure anymore, but I think it was maybe Catherine the Great's lineage which led to Russia for a long time holding a personal union over a small patch of land over here somewhere. I should place something down here. It would probably be good to get fabrics going on, because this thing over here should increase popularity as well. Yeah, if you want to go goblin mode, you can conquer stuff very quickly in this game. But like the quicker you are, the more you will face like problems with unrest, etc. I'm not much of a speedrunner. I like to take things like in a more chill fashion. It is always funny just how long the pirates can hold themselves if the player does not have any units nearby them, because they're like super easy to conquer and the pirates have valuable provinces in this game. But the AI somehow just ignores them all the time. Barbary states are a pain in the ass. I would say the Barbary states are not as much of a pain in the ass. Something that can maybe make them more of a pain in the ass is if they like if you want to conquer them, maybe. Though the thing that's causing me the most pain at the moment is really the 1 unit spam. All the time. Actually, the Barbary states are not an ally of the Ottomans, they're also a protectorate. The Barbary states are not at war with me right now in this game. But yeah, the Barbary states in this game they are in fact a weird sort of stand-in for Barbary pirates. Even though in real life, like, all of these states were individual, like, subjects under the Ottoman Empire, which they did harbor pirates, which piracy in the Mediterranean was actually a thing which wasn't as big of a problem for a while up until Castile conquered Andalusia, especially like in the end, like Granada, and then they made those edicts where they either force converted or expelled or just murdered many Muslims, Jews, even Christians and stuff in the region. Protectorates in this game don't really work the same way as alliances. From as much as I remember, at least, from playing stuff over the years, they will always, I think... No, I'm actually not sure if they will always. At any rate, they cannot cancel really their status. Cancel lines. I'm actually not sure anymore. They are more friendly, yes. That is one benefit. I'm actually also not sure if Darthmod isn't changing some stuff that is possible or not in this game. I think I thought I remember the diplomacy of protectorates also being limited. Something that is actually weird in this game is that you cannot recruit from protectorates, which would have been interesting, definitely. Fort Corella. This is actually misplaced. This should have been over here. And over here would be Viborg. There are definitely like some minor misplacements and stuff in this game. So for example over here, Azov, or under the Crimeans it would have been Azak, which is also the Turkish name for instance. This Azov in this game is actually placed where Rostov would have been, or is, IRL, sort of. Rostov is over here, and Azov or Azak is actually down here at the estuary. I'm thinking about what I should invest in for the next round. History from the last 300 years. There's a lot, even in the last 300 years, there's a lot that a person can know. But of course there's even a lot more before that, yeah. I don't know, if you have the time and interest, I can definitely recommend that if you like play a game like Empire or EU4 for example, basically any strategy game with like a world map. If you see something weird or interesting or whatever, then just look it up, and over time you will learn more and more about the world. Games can be sort of a really good incentive towards learning, and actually a gateway towards gateway towards learning. Beyond Europe, stuff that interests me as well, which you can see on this map for instance, would be like the Levant, or like the history of like Tunis, Carthage especially, stuff like that. The big European wars. I mean, it is understandable that people will sometimes know more about like big wars, and also like in this case like European wars, just because these kinds of things do tend to be more in the public eye often, and in like pop culture, like films, like also like other games really, literature. People tend to talk about things like World War II a lot more. Or the Napoleonic Wars. It is in that sense a positive feedback loop, that people will talk about things that they already know about, and the more they talk about these kinds of things, the more will they know about them. People your age. I don't know what your age is, but sort of in a broad general sense, I would agree that there's like a there's definitely like there are people who are like more interested and people who are less interested in history often. Okay, 15, yeah, then you're a full decade younger than I am. I can tell you that much, it's still the case 10 years later. I think people should not just know like the worst parts of history, but should have like a general overview, that overview definitely. And it's something that can be done super easy as well. I'm doing it right now, edutainment. It's something that can be done super easily, like getting people to know more. I think there might be a way for me to pull this off. I only have one cavalry unit. But I might be able to do this. With AH, do you mean like alternate history or Austria-Hungary? Because, you know, it's just on my mind right now. You might not know this, but I'm not really somebody who tends to pick cavalry often in games like this. Oh, you mean the painter. Actually, there's so many things that have the same abbreviations nowadays as well. It's super funny. But yeah, in games like this, but also like RTS games, I tend to stay away from cavalry a lot. I'm somebody who focuses a lot on like artillery, and should a game like provide for it, I will build defensive positions, stuff like that. I guess in some sense, the stuff I tend to employ are tactics and like things that people tend to associate with World War One. Albeit then again, I can tell you for a fact because I recently wrote an actual paper on this stuff. The conception, the popular memory of World War One, as it's often shown in media, is not really accurate or true, or it's not a complete picture. It's often things that get editorialized and like a certain image gets conveyed of World War One, which is hyper-specific, and even then there's like things that are editorialized away from how it would ideally be depicted. Cavalry to flank and take out artillery. That's basically the big plus of cavalry. But yeah, the funny thing about like relying on artillery and infantry units as well is that it's definitely a valid tactic in this game here. You can win a game with like styling your armies with like being half artillery and half infantry. You can just win a game like that. I am thinking about what to do next. Sweden does cancel the alliance very often. I will have to prepare for war against them. They probably just haven't declared yet because I have an army at their border. It's always sort of a trade-off. With artillery you have less maneuverability, but you also have a lot more firepower, which in that sense it's sort of the same as maneuverability again. You just need to know where to strike with firepower. Once I sweep up these provinces here, I could merge those two armies, like this one and the cavalry army, and prepare them against Sweden. Alright, goodbye. My southern border is secure. The Balkan border is secure, so the only two ways forward is Sweden or Prussia. It is definitely a thing that you can notice, that you can recruit Cossacks everywhere, but you cannot recruit Tatars everywhere.
Что от меня требуется? Ага, храм науки, святилище духа. Храм науки, святилище духа.
Albanian warbands. Oh, this.
It's this.
This, meep.
This one. And then I did.
Is the performance of the stream better than yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not doing a local recording today, so that's probably why. If the previous streams were a bit laggy, then at least the recordings are going to have no lag. But yeah, in this case I will have to download my stream recordings.
Осадили их! Осада началась!
Animism in Tartaria. I wonder if this is meant to be a reference towards Tingari. It is like super weird that in Empire you have basically like one category which is supposed to cover anything from Native American religion to the Sami in Scandinavia to animism in India. I have lost 122, but they only killed 9 of those. So there's like 100 people in friendly fire.
Смажьте их! Нас не сломить! Вперед! За корону и отечество!
Sweden is at plus 200 relations, but they keep cancelling alliances that they accept when I offer them, because they probably want their victory condition province, St. Petersburg. I will have to prepare against Prussia as well, because I have one of their starting provinces and one of their victory condition provinces. You're still around Grey, are you?
I am the grey around. I will snook around the good.
Oh, very wholesome pilled.
Very snooksome.
Yeah, the AI is it's having a moment. This can go on for a while. In this game, the Ottomans do tend to be reliable alliance partners for some reason. When I had my Austria session as well, even though Austria and the Ottomans are historical enemies, like the Ottoman Empire just stuck around for the alliance until the end of the game.
Что-нибудь еще? Они же прячутся у жен под юбками. Марш! Жду приказа.
Prussia purchased that province. Okay, that's only going to be a little bit annoying. But yeah, it is indicating I will need to have a war with Prussia. Let's see, they have shotgun troop, cavalry, shotgun troop, pikes. Basically everything that's good against cavalry. They are allied with Maratha, with Bavaria and Hanover. Sweden has no allies. Sweden is also going to be something I need to invade. Also, once I own Germany, it's going to be a big financial boost. I wonder if I may be able to purchase Arkhangelsk from Prussia before declaring war on them. Holy shit, this guy has such a high rank.
He is King, Emperor, Colonel, General.
He's going to convert Jesus himself into Islam. Russia has 2 provinces left.
Приготовиться! Марш!
For some reason the game calculated the odds much worse.
Смирно! Приготовиться к бою!
Okay, I kind of expected that. Wait, so next round? And then maybe this is stable, then they can start going over here. So that's another 1 round, 2, 3 rounds maybe? I should maybe disable seeing NPC troop movements, then again, that could lead to some nasty surprises.
Уже бегу.
Какова моя миссия? Конечно, сильный. Я лишь инструмент в руках воина.
Вперед! Дарthmod! Смирно! Вперед! Смирно!
Легкая добыча!
Вперед! За корону и отечество! Есть!
Okay, that is super desperate.
Ваш покорный слуга! Победа! Жду ваших приказов! Жду ваших приказов! Приготовиться! Марш! Марш! Смирно! Вперед! Сэр! Мы восторжествуем!
I think I do want to have Poltava, and I will give that a coffee house, so I can work on that clamor for reform. Yeah, no, when going to Kyrgyzstan, it was definitely an impression seeing like cities from above, going with an airplane basically from the Alps to Istanbul, and from Istanbul to like flying over all of this. The Ottomans have been at war with Austria since forever. They could have won that war easily with the units that they are sort of pushing back and forth in Dagestan.
Вперед! За корону и отечество! Марш! Всем в боевой порядок! К бою готов! Жду ваших приказов! Смерть подлецам! Мы непобедимы! Да, милорд! Вперед! Марш! Истребить всех! Гордимся победой! Вперед! Касса! Марш! Приготовиться! Марш! Налево! Марш! Есть!
Mildly disappointed that I cannot recruit Tartars in Tartaria. But I can, in Don Wojsko.
К бою готов. Мы победим!
For some reason it just puts the odds for a battle like this at 50-50, even though one cavalry charge will rout these two units. I was just warming my hands on my laptop because they're cold.
Warm them bulbs.
I need to BRB real quick.
Okay.
I am
Eh.
Doch. Hello, Phoebe. This map looks about as cold as my hands are.
Gotta warm them bulbs.
No, I can't. Like if I wear gloves, I don't really, like I don't know, I need to feel what I'm touching with my hands. Yeah, me too. Earlier in the stream there was somebody else who joined, and I already told them in terms of the soundtrack, I think I like the battle tracks that you'll hear in India and in the Middle East most, I think. Also, I am not doing a local recording for this stream, so it appears to boost the performance.
Goofed. Yes, I have a YouTube channel where I put all of the recordings. Same name as Twitch, yeah. And if you need more help, then I guess Gray can show you, I guess. I should at some point maybe add a link to my YouTube, to my Twitch layout. There's actually also some games I only ever streamed via YouTube instead of Twitch. Stuff like Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2007, the original. Yeah, it is the best. There are some oddities with Battlefront 1, the original Battlefront 1, which are sort of interesting with like how those oddities appear in game. And you won't see them in Battlefront 2 anymore, but they're still interesting. Stuff like having like Like something, for example, in Battlefront 1, which was very odd but interesting, are for instance the what was it, banking clan lander ships on the Geonosis Spire map in the background. And those ships were destructible for some reason. I'm actually not even sure if that did anything to the ticket counter or anything. I do know that they were a target for a mission, but they, I think, also appear in skirmishes. But in terms of, in terms of being like refined and everything, Battlefront 2 definitely is the best. Also, like, Galactic Conquest was huge. I spent so much time on Galactic Conquest back in the days.
Да, милорд. Как крысы в клетке. Осада началась.
Yeah, if you couldn't have found it, then Gray could have just provided you with the thing, I guess.
Even even with the broken links.
Yeah. Somebody is tired.
A tire rolls, I will.
Yeah. I've seen the videos for the cancelled Battlefront 3. It would have been fascinating to have that transition between space battle and ground battle. Like, they were very ambitious with that. Voronezh. This province could use a madras. Orenburg. They put Orenburg over here.
I think Orenburg would have had to have been around the Urals, a bit closer. Yeah, it would have been cool if they could have finished it. I remember that something happened that prevented them. I don't remember what anymore. And of course stuff like Petroglyph. Like all of those studios with which we grew up in the early 2000s, like half of them either don't exist anymore or they were bored by other studios. Though it is funny that with the new Star Wars Battlefronts from EA DICE, the stuff that happened as a response of those games and like loot boxes and gambling in them, I don't know if people realize this, but there were like national consequences around the world, like new gambling laws, etc., which just happened because people didn't like how those games turned out. If I start a session like this, the enemy army can only see those troops down here, so they will like run in this line down here, and I can flank them first with those over here, go around them, then they will turn around to face back there, leaving a gap in the middle here.
Nope, they had a scouting unit. They actually didn't react to that. I cannot check how many hours I have in this game right now, but I think it's like 400. And that's only with the Steam version. I used to have a version of this game which is not tied to my Steam account on CD. I still have some CDs from back in the days in my attic, including some games you probably won't even be able to buy anymore today, like Paraworld. Paraworld was a strategy game in an alternate universe where there were dinosaurs and people at the same time. And so you had like a real-time strategy with dinosaur units, basically. Or another game that I have in my attic is a game which actually came from, I don't know if it was a Russian or a Ukrainian developer, but Officers World War II Operation Overlord, which is a real-time strategy game with very large maps.
Can you repeat the name of that? I'm searching it.
Yeah, it's a bit harder to find because many games have tags like World War II in their name, but it's Officers World War II, double point, Operation Overlord, and there's like faces of 3 generals on the cover. That one was really cool. You also had stuff like fuel supply mechanics and like ammunition supply, and like maps had sectors that you had to
secure, stuff like that. It's a hidden RTS gem, not jam. It's an RTS gem that you that is a bit harder to get as like a hard copy nowadays.
There is one for sale for £5.
Yeah.
Мы осадили!
For
Приготовиться к битве! Нас не одолеть!
who is selling this? Calypso Media.
Yeah, Calypso participated in it. And Russia. Is Russia still around? I'm not getting a message that a major power has been defeated. Where is Russia? That is per Russia, not Russia. I'm not seeing them. No, Russia was defeated, but I didn't get a message that they are defeated, which is super weird. But yeah. I also have a CD, for instance, for the game Darkest of Days, which Gray knows about because I've also streamed it before. But the CD that I have, like the cover of the CD that I own, the cover image is a different one from the standard one. I think they actually customize those depending on like if you purchase Darkest of Days in Europe or in the US.
Game Factory Interactive. Yeah, it's Moscow.
For officers, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's GFI or Game Factory Interactive, published by Calypso.
yeah, so it's a Russian game. At any rate, it's a
Their,
it's an RTS gem.
their website uses the Soviet Union top level domain, which is
Which
hard to
is
actually find those.
which is super based.
I wonder how they managed to get the the Soviet top level domain. That must have been hard, actually. .su.
Darkest of Days, Phoebe, is a first-person shooter where you start the game as a soldier in General Custer's army, getting massacred at Little Big Horn, and you basically get rescued by a time-traveling organization which like goes back in time and like basically what you have to do then in the game is that you have to yourself go back in time and secure important people to like the rundown of world history.
Oh, wait, I wonder how GFI actually works now, because okay, so the ones that made that one, GFI Russia is a Russian video game developer. It was founded in 1996 as Mistland South, but it was bought by Game Factory Interactive in 2006. But wait a minute. The video game is from 2003, and this says GFI. That means it wasn't made by them. That means it was made by Game Factory Game Factory Interactive of Seattle, USA.
So it's an American game?
No, it could have either been Seattle or Kiev or Moscow.
Okay, now I'm just confused.
Yeah, before 2006, that studio that I was talking about, GFI Russia, didn't exist as Game Factory Interactive. So if it says Game Factory Interactive on the box, that means it's either from Seattle or Kiev. Because those were the only two studios called Game Factory Interactive at the time. These days, they seem to only be making mobile games, which is stupid. What is weird? Wait. The only games that Game Factory Interactive Russia has made is Jagged Alliance. Jagged Alliance series, Alliance 3, and Alliance 3D. Arga.
Yes.
Wait! Oh my god! They are the ones that made the 2008 hit game Warfare. The weird generic name. History of Wars Napoleon in 2000. Paradise Cracked in 2002. The Power of Law in 2004. Alpha Anti-Terror in 2005. But otherwise they had nothing to do with the officers. It was either the studio in Seattle or the studio in Kiev.
I do remember it came from either Ukraine or Russia. So if it isn't Russia, it has to be Ukraine.
Even though the main office is in Seattle, they publish directly in Russian and Ukrainian markets, respectively, via their partner companies in Eastern Europe and sub-licenses in other territories. Well, here we can see the games. They made Treasure Island, Jesus. Wow. Braid. They are the ones behind Braid? Arga, they made Tropical 3.
Calypso, yes.
No, but it says here that Game Factory Interactive made.
Game Factory also.
Yeah. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Conviction. Mystery of Cleopatra. Коллекцион издания. Plantatia. Empire Builder, Ancient Egypt.
The only reason why Morocco still exists in this session is because Britain invaded Gibraltar and now Morocco is at war with Britain.
Secrets of the Vatican. What the hell kind of game is that? Tom Clancy's Hawks. They seem to have been developing several Tom Clancy games. Tom Clancy's End War. Hinterland.
Have a good night yourself, see you.
Night, BB. Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. I played that. I didn't know it was them. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Vegas. Both of them, Rainbow Six Vegas and Rainbow Six Vegas 2. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Raven Shield and Athena Sword. It seems like all of the older Tom Clancy games seems to actually been made by Game Factory Interactive. They were involved in Warhammer 40k. Specifically the Winter Assault expansion. Söldner Marine Corps. They made a game called Fur Fighters in 2004. Fur Fighters. What in the fuck is this? My god. The description of the game sounds insane. You know, one interesting thing. When was Officers World War II made?
I don't know.
Okay, let me search.
Будут еще указания?
The hell are you?
I am myself.
There is a game here called Hentai World War II when I try to search. Okay then. Okay, no, yeah. Officers Overlord is made by GFI Russia and it's released from 2008. It's relatively new actually in their history. Considering their last released game is from like 2010. According to Moby Games, the internal name for Officers World War II is literally just Officers. Which, yeah, that is not... It's hard to search when you have such a name. They made a game... Let me try to pronounce this. They made a game that is called Protivostoяние Третья перезагрузка. Перезагрузка is a real-time strategy game in modern setting. The game is about a hypothetical conflict between Russia and the United States on the territory of Tajikistan. Additional factions in the game are the Taliban and Pakistan. Interesting.
This is just getting worse.
The Ottomans want to amass their troops into one single atom. They're making a troop singularity.
I will have to disable unit tracking.
Why do the AIs do that? Why do the AIs just put every single unit in one place, it looks like?
It's a bug. This is actually still better than the bug which exists in vanilla, which is it can happen that the Ottoman Empire will just continuously send troops back and forth the strait at the over here in vanilla. There's a bug that they will just continuously send troops between Asia and Europe.
Why though?
I think maybe the AI considers like how many units it has in which theater, so it tries to balance them out or something like that. I don't know.
But then it tries to balance them out, but then it has an uneven amount of units. Yeah. This just sounds like an oversight.
Though something like this should have been fixed in Darthmod.
Instead, they amass troops in a single place for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. They actually finally conquered Vienna.
Марш! Дом бригад!
Prussia only has Hanover as ally. I could declare on Prussia if I wanted to. Or Sweden. Sweden would probably be easier to conquer right now.
Oi. Conquer the Dirg.
Why would I conquer you? You're already subjugated.
Courland has no allies. I could just invade and take them hard from behind.
Вперед! Будут еще указания? Ваш покорный слуга. К вашим услугам, сэр.
Мне нужен отдых.
I should invade the Ottomans at some point, so I can just skip this waiting period. Maybe I can revoke military access, and maybe that fixes it. They're still going. They are still very friendly, so I hope this works out the way I intended to. And maybe this can reduce the lag a little bit.
Да, Ваше Величество.
I think it actually might be because we are playing a quote-unquote non-playable faction that we're not receiving notifications for defeated factions.
К вашим услугам. Да. Да. Вижу врага. Любой каприз.
Я служу воле Божьей. И промедление. Да, Ваше Величество. Не будем медлить.
I just noticed I'm actually not converting Ukraine like this. I need to exchange the coffee house for a mosque. Hello, Vastex. I have pulled an Uno reverse card on Russia and Ukraine as Crimea. Also, just to prefix this, the AI is a little bit bugged. I mean, it's fine so long as I'm allied with the Ottomans, because they have a lot of units down here in the middle of nowhere. And next up, I think I will be raw dogging Sweden. I just noticed what of a dunce I have as a head of state. Also, his title is being given as Tsar, even though it would have been Khan.
Дайте мне передохнуть. Я не могу больше идти. Мне надо помолиться.
But yeah, I am doing them a Mongol empire. Allied to you. To you? To you personally, maybe. No, wait. Vastex, you are an agent. By me, you are a sleeper agent.
He sleeps.
And I will activate you. No, blue does... a blue country border means allied or protectorate. If you have just a blue background for the font, that's just Sweden.
Heh.
Like, country borders indicate if somebody is allied or an enemy or whatever in this game. But Vastex, you will always be a personal ally.
Приготовиться! Марш! На позиции!
It probably also changed in between games that the background of, like if I just hover over, say, St. Petersburg here, that the background of the font, like region capital Crimean Khanate, in this game the background just means like which faction. And it might have been the case in other games that it would change, but I'm not sure anymore either. If I make a galley here, I will be a lot quicker in invading Stockholm than going around through the north of Scandinavia. Yeah, the only thing that matters in this game are like the region capitals. Everybody in Sweden hates Stockholm. This includes Stockholmers.
I could not concentrate when walking around Stockholm. Like everything is happening at the same time. There's like nothing is resting.
You could say the same about any city, really. Except for Bern, because the stereotype is that people from Bern are slow.
I mean, maybe it's because I was just following you, I guess. But otherwise, when I was walking around in Stockholm, it was like, where, how? It was essentially.
The Ottoman Empire is just cursed in my session, or in this game. I wonder if it actually takes longer or less long without seeing the AI movements. Because this will just like freeze a little whenever the Ottoman Empire comes up now. I would declare war on them, but at this point in the game they are still more powerful than I am. I actually tried to remedy this by revoking military access. I really do think I might need to get Chechnya. I will probably try to purchase it. I have played Fall of the Samurai, yes. I actually liked Fall of the Samurai more than the base game for Shogun 2 because the base game has very little like unit variety and stuff.
По воле Божьей.
I think something is happening because the Ottomans are pulling their armies away from this specific spot, where they have to have all of their armies.
flipping and twitching and switching around.
I'm too tired.
Gray is having a die.
I think I'll go to bed.
And go to bed.
Good night.
And go tonight.
Good night till du Vastex. Du ska också gå till sängs. Vad gör du uppe så här långt i natten?
Gesundheit. Jetzundheit.
Oh. Yes, that's what
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Yeah. Yeah, good night.
That was Gray, yes. They're just behind the building. Grådroken. Gray is my equivalent of a blowhigh. A grådroken. Hot new IKEA product and gay icon. I should probably leave it there for today. So we have integrated basically all of Russia. Did it manage to sell off Arkhangelsk to Prussia? But otherwise Russia is defeated, same as Poland. We have also taken Courland, and we are preparing for Sweden. At the same time, we cannot leave Prussia unobserved, because they will also expand. They have a lot of armies. We also have an issue with the AI basically bugging out. Yeah, next stream is probably going to be, well, at this point, today, probably. Again at maybe around 8 PM, something like that. You'll see. I mean, you're on my server anyhow, so you will notice when I'm in voice chat, and also like the notification as well. But yeah, until next time.